Let's get started, shall we? Today we learn about the Pale. We grab our gun, hopefully get our gun back, and then we, talk to Ruby. I've been trying very hard not to put spoilers into my live messages. But as obviously you can't see because the jar is in the way. Right now it is 16:16 in game. I need it to be 2200 before I can even get my gun. So hopefully talking to Joyce will add some time on, and then as I said, I'll just read a book over and 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 over again until I guess that time if I need to. I'm expecting I will need to. Purely because talking to Joyce about the Pale probably won't take 5 hours. But there we go. Oh, just under 6, I suppose. 5 3/4. Joyce is down here. Is the fast travel working? It sure is. Tell me about the Pale, please, Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Found my badge.
By love, you did.
She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning from left to right.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
I talked to Everett Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
She smiles carefully. He's not the champion I have chosen. It's not important if I liked him. I was doing my job.
Of course, Detective. Excuse me for implying otherwise.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it doesn't come off any other way.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something...
She turns to you.
How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be...
She smiles.
Gossiping.
Tell her she'll like you for it.
Man, this whole thing's a takeover.
Is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry.
It's reality-based knowledge I can glean from her.
Yes. What if something happens to her and you've left one question unasked? Sneaky little question escapes your eye.
Is this so she leaves? Okay.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat.
She simmers down.
Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
There were some more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favourite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Wow, okay. Plus 12 for having Jamais Vu complete. You know what? Let's attempt. What is reach for something fundamental?
A strange coldness comes over.
Snake eyes. Let's try that again. I'll pick the same options, don't worry. No one will miss anything. Ah! I add because I accidentally caught the jacket on the hydraulic thing on my chair and surprised myself. Piston? That's the word I was looking for. Hydraulic piston.
You're back. Good.
I'm a badge.
love.
Fast.
Pleased to meet. What can I help you with, Luke? More
Questions?
lessons in basic reality?
What is
Hey.
all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. and its pale antipode.
The fading pearls of her eyes look to the sea.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
She concludes. Like how the water's clipping. I don't know if that's the water or the... There's something weird going on with the edge of the masts anyway. I think it's the textures overlaying. It's very strange.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
Yeah, I think the masts are clipping through the layer, clipping through the water, or the water's on a slightly different layer and it's not playing nicely. What is it?
Elysium.
Wait, is this the one with the evil apes?
Not in this case, no. That sounds more like something the Mesk petrofascists might say.
Her gaze wanders.
It isn't enough to call us animals. Even animals aren't animals.
What are animals then?
They're like you and I suppose. Living organisms don't identify with abstractions. Elysium is for particular beings.
Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is heck?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petrofascists.
I don't feel like I've got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
She raises her finger to her lips. How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside? Sideways? What shape is this world then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG, Occident Revischol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark grey corona?
Yes.
She pauses.
Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god, wait, what the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. The pale? And what do you mean, corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear.
She looks around.
It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Okay, and then everything will be okay?
I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies in nations and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine. Don't worry.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
It certainly doesn't feel like I'm fine.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's
Quite frankly, terrifying.
like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its
It's
opportunities.
the title of the game. Disco Elysium.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yeah, we're just going to have I realise we're just having a huge lore dump to pass the time, which sounds like a great way of spending time.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is,
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the pale is.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
Gosh dang it.
but she wants to tell you. You could sneak back later, when he's not around, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Hang on.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Quick save.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality.
Kim, would you step
My
away?
favourite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Kim, can I talk to the man alone for a second?
Fine.
He steps away with his notes.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Now, what is the pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes, what is the pale?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
So it's the void. Okay, got it. Wait, and what is an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
And Insulinde is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Hey Des, welcome to this lore exposition dump of mind-blowing proportions. Okay, what is the pale like? No worries, babe. I assumed that there was a reason that the phone call was taking so long. I filled up the kettle for you. You just need to turn it on to make yourself a drink.
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
We do love lore dumps, and I do have to waste time. It is currently 1636 in-game. I need it to be 2200 before I can get my gun back. Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe.
She points to the sea.
It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
6,000 kilometers from the end of the world?
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And, point north, there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
Ah, well, if it's disco, that makes it okay then. She closes her eyes and breathes out heavily.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
That... Okay. I mean, numbers, I guess, sort of made up anyway, but still.
There's a slippery article in there.
Is it the Pale or Pale?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
She tosses her head. If we're surrounded by Pale, how did you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
Her lungs deflate, her words sound like a sigh.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbour. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Or having our minds damaged.
What a way to start your day if you're in America right now. Just... The place this game takes place on is an island in a void that defies reality itself. And you choose to spend your time listening to this. The Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
It's perfect with a side of oatmeal. Yummy filling oatmeal for your stomach and existential discussion for your brain.
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
I'm going to ask, who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Checks out. What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travellers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger?
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
Sounds a bit like the, Between from Anne McCaffrey's Dragon Riders of Pern books.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Do lorry drivers pass the Pale?
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships.
She nods.
It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
What is entropinetic?
Entroponetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not travelled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super Isola. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
You can't escape it. Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has entroponetics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
There should be fewer effects. Just going to say that. Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
Ah, yes. I also like to travel by yeet. If we do not...
Then they don't.
Gone. like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much pale is there compared to the world?
The pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or...?
What do you think, Detective?
She looks you in the eye. It's growing. There is more and more of the pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate.
Wonderful. The world is dying. The world is being consumed by the manifestation of the past. Or by a manifestation of the past.
An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? Can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Off we go.
You see
You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Okay, I didn't know if it would narrate it. Off we go into the wild pale yonder.
One and all.
She closes her eyes.
They say pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Let's return to reality, please.
Yes, sweet reality.
She stomps her foot.
But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
Sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. Powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still, they have it coming. That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another.
Mm-hmm.
Her eyes tense, crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
You really didn't know? This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
She stops mid-sentence. It'll be a fucking disaster, I know it. All those people will die. I'll handle it. It's under control.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
She gives you a slight bow.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
That was fucking insane, Kim. Right, let's get to it, Lieutenant.
Good luck, detectives.
She nods you goodbye.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
Oh. Oh, reasonable cop. This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it?
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
First, where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do you bring about those circumstances? Well, I've heard it helps if you subscribe. Just so.
Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed.
Probably would, but I'm not going to.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
But what about all the things that are wrong now?
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future. You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working. What rationality? What sang-froid? What benevolence? What a fucking joke.
Thanks, electrochemistry. Wait, is the Kingdom of Conscience really about doing things, or just preserving the status quo?
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
Yes.
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is
Gotcha.
progress.
Okay, but what's the Kingdom of Conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Whoa, you had me up until that last point there. Sounds incredible. Allons-y, let's go there right now.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Oh, right. Then let's go there eventually?
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
So, Kingdom of Conscience. I will have to spend one of my 3 skill points to... hang on, clear out this email reminder. Kingdom of Conscience. That's not really worth it this late in the game. Not centrist Harry. Bunny Couture, I've turned down. I've had communist Harry. This is obviously the centrist. I picked up another one at some point that I chose not to do anything with. I think I can't remember. But hey, welcome back. I guess I reached 4 moralist points. Still very much communist. Is there a third? Is there a third honor point in the game? I want to get to 3. Anyway, now I've learned about the Pale. Let's go and attempt that check in the church. Oh, hang on, I can just fast travel. OBS keeps having hissy fit and I don't know why. Boo, OBS, boo. It's really weird. I don't have anything extra running that I would ordinarily not have running. I mean, I'm going to close Discord. I don't think that's the issue, but I'll close Discord. As much as I can close Discord. I'm going to do something you should never do, but I'm going to Control-Shift-Escape while streaming. Where's Discord? That's the best I've got. That's all I can do, OBS. Well, I guess technically I don't need this notepad window open anymore. See if that helps.
Yes, what is it?
Okay, it's still a 3% chance. Logic. I think I have clothes that help with logic. No, +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. Cool. Okay. Hopefully, that has helped.
Yes, what is it?
Wow, that has helped a little bit, actually.
All you hear is silence in your...
No. We're going to form this theory about the hole in the world. Don't worry about it. Because I still have 5 hours to go in-game before I get my gun. So definitely looks like I'm going to be reading a book over and over and over. I'll do it in the church, actually, because then we get the cool music at least.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
Wait, how?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light.
Theorizing about the origin, about the hole in the world.
Drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend, and a woman. She was there too. Her hair smelled of shampoo and she was smoking.
Sooner, it is the origin point of the Pale.
What?
The swallow. It's how it starts. It's baby Pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up, and there's fear in her eyes as she considers the possibility. It's baby Pale, though. It's not adult Pale. It's baby Pale.
That comforts her.
No. We are 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you. You have her full, undivided attention. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
The Pale is only an effect, a transition between the world and that.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing.
It's
No.
less than nothing. The final rest state for reality. Imagine if all this never was.
Then the Pale is...
Simply a gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
One day, when it's larger, it will be.
I understand.
She closes her
A
eyes.
theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of those places.
According to this, how long...
She's silent for a second, then she opens her mouth. Until it starts swallowing? It's already started. Starting with sound.
And information.
She nods.
Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects, in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you.
He explains.
I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
Knows how to think this.
I think I've had this thought before. That's how I know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Thank you, Kim.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
It didn't form in a church. The church formed around it.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus. Or
She looks for words.
a containment facility of some kind. Built by the first settlers.
Yes, acting on an instinctual level or religious practices we've forgotten.
I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement.
And I bet they all smell fantastic because pinewood smells gorgeous.
Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
One day, all the world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window. Cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest? Some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Ma'am, you will certainly sound mad.
I mean, have you seen me? Have you seen what I look like? I'm crazy.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Club is the only thing keeping this place and the rest of reality together.
I wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe,
That's a resub.
it will never go out!
Hey, Beelzebub, how are you doing? Welcome to Existential Crisis, the game. As my friend put it, big Russian literature vibes, mood, energy, there we go.
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have anthropomorphic detection to perform in this district.
Right, I'll let you work in peace now. Okay, the only thing I've got left to do is confront pigs. Hang on, what was that thought I got? Cleaning out the rooms. Is that a thought I want? Oh! Yes I do. Hydrate. Oh, you're right, I should. Right, I've got 3 skill points, so let us unlock this. And then we'll get cleaning out the rooms going. Someone's been walking around in your dreams lately, looking for something. Tidying up, rearranging. Storing away all the unrealized dreams, putting old pains in boxes. The worst nightmares have settled down for a while. A spot of light on the bedroom door after the dark. The fluttering of eyelids in the spring sun. A thought that arises, only to disappear again. And yet, there's a pattern emerging. That will give me an extra point in rhetoric. So with that in mind, with that going up to 7, I'm going to go with hand-eye coordination and keep the extra skill point just in case. Right, it is 17:18 in game. I'm going to turn off the narration. I'm going to save the game first. I'm going to turn off the narration and we're going to read a lot of the same book just over and over and over and over and over again to pass the time. Would that be classic, perhaps? Doesn't matter. I'm not even going to read it. I'm just going to, you know, start reading. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. Why can't I put this book away? You know what? That book was a mistake. Where did the man from Piandal go? I'm doing this just to pass time, by the way. Apparently I've... Oh, there it is. I highly recommend... Bad book, yeah. Highly recommend reading these books on your own time, or maybe they might be on the wiki. I'm just... Obviously, streaming produces an atypical gameplay experience, and in instances like this, I just want to pass the time as quickly as I can to actually get onto the game. I hope you all understand. Oops. We're at 25 past 8. We're at 20 to 9. Five to 9. Five to 10. We're getting there. Oops. 25 past 10. Okay. Close the book. put the book away. I need to put my clothes back on. Or my clothes of choice, I should say. Right, do I have anything that helps with rhetoric? Rhetoric. Oh no, rhetoric. Or... I guess authority? And then I'll turn the voices back on. Gonna keep the Kiras on, I think. Keep the body armor on in place of the polo shirt. Right, so I could put that on for empathy and hand-eye coordination. You know what? That doesn't look too bad. Full save after doing all of that. Enjoy the music for a moment and then leave. Hope everyone's had a good week. I did mention earlier in the week that I might be streaming twice today, but I've looked at my writing schedule. Well, I've looked at all the writing I've got to do because of contract work, and I'm probably going to have to do some work after the stream instead, so this will be probably, in all likelihood, the only stream today. I would apologise, but I like having money. Nope. Needs to be up there. %. Mood. Yes. Did I accidentally create a 4th manual save? I sure did. Can be exchanged for goods and services. It can.
Put your hands where I can see them.
The aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for the megaphone. You know, she kind of reminds me of, I don't know if everyone's seen it, but Jim Henson's Labyrinth. Right at the end, there's this, like, trash goblin who carries a lot of just stuff on her back, and this is the vibe I'm getting from this woman.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now!
She screams in the megaphone.
Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
Easy, ma'am. Take it easy.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress!
I just want to point out, she's not LARPing as a police officer, she's LARPing as the police.
Her eyes bulge with terror. Veins protrude on her forehead.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous.
Ma'am, I need you to calm down. We just want to talk.
Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
Kim, I'm not the one pointing a gun at her. Mostly because she's holding my gun. But still.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing. You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
We can solve this peacefully. Please lower the weapon.
Officer
Her eyes dart between you and Kim.
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
The lieutenant is trying to maintain eye contact. Let's just talk, alright?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Her head snaps at you. Please identify yourself, ma'am.
It's the goddamn police shitbag! Have the pavement! You're under arrest!
Okay. She yells into the microphone.
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs? She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
Officer, W. Harrier Dubois requesting your sidearm for inspection. Hold our badge.
What?
She lowers the megaphone and stares at the gun in her hand. Patrol, officer, you're in gross violation of the RCM Code of Conduct, or just lower the gun, officer. Ooh. 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 First one.
Sir?
She hesitates, looking around in confusion. The 3-barreled pepper box wavers in her hand.
In this moment of hesitation, she almost doesn't seem disturbed, but like someone suddenly wakened from a deep sleep.
Patrol officer, I have to sign you up for a disciplinary hearing. Slowly shake your head.
Easy. Press her too hard and shit.
The lieutenant whispers.
Too late, Lieutenant. With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. A trickle of blood runs down her chin. She doesn't notice it.
Officer compromise! Unlawful impersonation! Pigs en route! Engage your will!
Well,
Okay.
I tried.
She's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Thanks, suggestion. Thank you. However, I did get a +1 for road cop on the loose. The only way I fail this is with snake eyes. So let's go.
Alright,
Hey.
here's how we do it. As soon as that gun isn't pointed at you again, you dash right. Then immediately close the distance. Left hand grabs the barrel, right one breaks the wrist. No, that won't be necessary. Look closer. The gun, all 3 barrels, red and blue light shining through. It's not loaded.
Whisper, Kim, I'm almost certain there are no bullets in that gun.
Huh? My God, I think you're right.
The lieutenant studies the swaying firearm. Ma'am, the weapon you're holding is mine, and I know it has no bullets.
What?
The woman looks at the weapon in disbelief. Her eyes suddenly reddish with tears. She looks straight down the barrel and squeezes the trigger. Wait!
This isn't a police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. What is this?
She looks at the useless weapon.
Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
The gun lands on the wooden planks with a horrendous noise. I do apologise, and tears run down her scratched cheeks.
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
I'm going to pick up my gun.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Her voice is growing fainter as she rocks back and forth slowly.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
The lieutenant holsters his pistol.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
The old woman mumbles, staring blank at the boardwalk. I'm very sorry this is how life turned out for you. Gently touch her shoulder.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
The lieutenant replies, inspecting the catatonic woman standing in the dark. But why was she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably.
He lowers his
Dementia
voice.
and Channel 8 and loneliness.
Nod. Neurodegenerative disease.
Could be. Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her?
Should we just arrest her?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah, Titus sounds like the man for the job.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry. 'cause it's late and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please. Leave the radio on.
As you turn to leave, the faintest of voices comes from the woman. It seems like a reflex, a half-remembered sentence.
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap?
Please don't. Please say it isn't mine.
There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them? Do.
Confiscate the narcotics. Wink. I'm going to pick up the cap.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
You know what, Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi? I highly suspect, yes, it is mine.
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Maybe. Probably. You know me.
It's your hat.
Shake her shoulder?
The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Leave her be. Okay, have a hat now. Ooh, +1 to authority. Oh, Harry, you're looking good, Harry. I've lost the ability to fast travel again. Mother flipper. Well, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go sleep for the night, and we'll just go there in the morning. Which means get ready for ancient reptile brain and limbic system again. Manual save at the end of the day. I'm just going to delete that save. I don't need 4 manual saves. 3 is more than enough to safeguard against corrupt files.
It's getting late.
Night, Kim.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Got my hat back. Got my gun back. Heck yeah. And sleep.
The bed is comforting, if... The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
Great, this is going to be really chill.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately?
Not the latter, but I've certainly done the first 2.
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm a murderer and that's bad.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch.
That's not what I took from that
Iceman
sentence.
doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him. Blackwater, under the bridge. The thing he's really scared of. Is much, much worse than that.
What is it?
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this? I just want to sleep. I can almost see the dark.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
The last dream?
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
And the air will smell of apricots.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Can't wait, I can't wait.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Harry is definitely still heartbroken over presumably being left by his loved one. So I looked into it, and the saddest church in San Saen is not on the soundtrack because it's a rearrangement of a song by the band that did all the music here. They're called Sea Power or something. Their song is the smallest church in Sussex, and the song is basically the same but with some minor word changes. So, rest of the soundtrack, yes. That song, no, as far as I'm aware. I need to go back to the whirling anyway. Well, to the whirling area, because I need to let my precinct know that I found my badge and my gun. So may as well just talk to the Hardy Boys whilst doing that. Maybe it's a time thing. Maybe you can't fast travel after a certain time. I don't know. I'm just spinning theories at this point. Let's go and talk to the Hardys first.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That ruby of yours?
Yeah, and?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and ruby-centric in the end.
What do you mean?
Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash?
Well, the bullet didn't have to come from the roof. It could have come from anywhere on the coast.
Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window.
The bullet was jacketed. Those don't just lie around everywhere, do they?
Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
Turned out the bullet was an antique.
True. Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis, and then hand-waved it.
The footprints in the pinball workshop didn't fit with the Odd Soul's prints in on the crime scene.
No, they didn't.
So far, no one has mentioned hearing the shot.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
These last two have been bothering me. I don't think Ruby did it. I think Ruby's either covering up for someone or is just trying to protect Clasia. Because Ruby is a lesbian. And maybe experiencing feelings for Clasia. Don't think about this.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further. Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes, the blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did, she'll be coming soon. That is all.
+1 to suggestion, +1 to Inland Empire, +1 to rhetoric. Okay, nice 7. You know what? I'm about to level up soon, so I expect. So I'll just put the extra skill point in rhetoric, so we're at 8 in rhetoric and hand-eye coordination. The rhetoric, hand-eye coordination, and authority seem to me like they're going to be kind of important late game because everything's coming together. So let's get those to 8. So I don't think I've had many skill checks that are above 12, and on 2d6 there's a decent chance of getting 4 or higher, obviously. Are the hardies here? They sure are.
The Copper-nado is back. What do you want?
For you to never call me the Copper-nado again. I'll be honest. There's an old catatonic lady in the old fish market on the other side of the bay. She needs help.
What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
The big man laughs, nearly spitting out his beer.
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
The lieutenant looks Titus in the eye.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
Yep, her.
God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kurong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Tomorrow into haircut and you're okay? I am confused, Opticalia, but thank you.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, my gun, Eugene.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig?
Titus gives him a beer salute and turns to you.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
Nope, she didn't have anything in mind.
No? Well, whatever then, Copper.
Titus chokes his beer down and wipes his mouth.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it?
He's still thinking it over.
Anyone remember?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
The tattooed man scratches his head with his knuckles. Alan at least knows what he's on about.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with?
What's her name? Her real name?
Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
He takes off his cap and scratches his head.
Marianne, amigo.
He says, pouring himself another drink. Marianne LaPlante.
Be anything else you wanted to know?
Who was she?
Was. Like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then.
He swills his beer.
She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off. But still.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together.
How did she get like this?
Wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, she...
He furrows his brow in thought.
Shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
The tattooed man shouts. Can't help but feel partially responsible for that unhealthy culture the poor woman latched onto. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You should be.
The tattooed mask sinks into his seat, unsure how to respond.
Whatever, Cobb. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of our own.
Where'd she get all her cop gear?
Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
Thanks for helping us out with this one, Titus.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Should always take care of the mentally ill.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
I'm going to take off now. Just going to go up to Classia to see if there's anything else to talk to her about before I go to confront Ruby. Or I suspect Ruby. It seems like Ruby's the only character yet to meet, and the game's pretty much said that she's in the Feld building. So. Speaking of the Feld building, see a container you can't open? Equip a pry bar or a multi-tool. Multi-tools are pretty useful. Right, I'm going to spend that skill point on rhetoric first. Quick save. Hey, Classia. Long time.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
She lights a cigarette. Why do I feel like you've won here?
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
She takes a sip of her cold coffee.
She smiles. A bitter little smile. She means it.
But this turned out well for you. You've slipped past all suspicions.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
She looks around.
The snow falls on her shoulders, then melts in her light blonde hair, cold and soft.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for, I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
What are you contained for, then?
For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on.
This all turned out well enough for you. You somehow managed to not become a suspect.
Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me, then? What I managed was to get him killed. I understand that.
She arches an eyebrow and sighs.
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing. He feels uncomfortable with this conversation. He doesn't know what to add.
Something seems off with this theory I've developed about Ruby.
I don't know what to say.
It all seems fortuitous for you.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
The dried flowers on the roof. Could Ruby have left them? These don't fit with anything.
The what? Oh, those ones. I don't know, sir. I said I have no idea what to make of them. Honestly, I think they're just trash. I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her.
That's it then, I guess.
She nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Go back to those lies you told.
Lies?
She repeats, then trails off. It's unclear what she intended to say.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
Kim, why have we not arrested her yet?
There may be grounds here. At least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
What if I told you you're under arrest, miss?
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
She backs up against the railing with a forced smile on her face.
Failure to aid a police investigation. She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case. Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
You misrepresented information about the case. Without the Hardy's confession, we'd know nothing.
The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
Her eyes become round with fear. She tries to back further off.
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
She knows something.
What do you know? Who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby.
Why do you think it was her?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
What she's saying is... sex.
And what is that?
Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
She says in a near whisper.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested in you?
The lieutenant sounds incredulous. He still has the cuffs in his hand. He has, they're right there.
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
The lieutenant narrows his eyes.
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her.
She looks at her feet.
We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Yes, but what was their relationship outside this unequal power dynamic?
What was your relationship like before this conflict?
We spent a lot of time together, listening to the radio and such. She had great milieus, and she was good company. I was sorry it had to end.
She pauses.
What was that question about? She's feeding her friend to the wolves here. It also has startlingly little to do with arresting her, you suddenly realize.
Sounds like she was fixated on you.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs.
She raises her eyes to meet yours.
Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
The complete lack of gunshot that anyone has mentioned leads me to believe... no.
Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
She looks through the window of her room.
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
And how could she have killed him?
You said there was a secret route there, right?
She points to the door that leads to the pinball workshop.
She could have come up through there, then taken this shot. Right here, where I stand. It was too dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes. She's been up here many times. She used to come to drink on the roof when,
The young woman falls silent. Her mouth moves without a sound. Ruby knew about the key before? Did she? I don't think I've come across anything that insinuates she knows about the key. We posited to the Hardys that she might have known about it to cast doubt on their assumptions. But we've had no proof that I can recall that Ruby knew about the key. What is it?
The peephole. My bed is right next to... She would have seen us.
She's forgotten her cigarette in the ashtray.
You mean to suggest she made it?
No.
She shrugs it off.
No. Why would she do that to herself? No, I just remembered you told me about it, and...
She's not really sure. It was right above the bed. She could have seen all sorts of things from there. Don't let your imagination run wild here, sire. Keep it on track.
Okay, that's it for Ruby.
Okay. And what? Arrest the liar now. Why? She told us some pretty interesting things there. Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful.
Who?
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
It's all good, but I think we should still take you in just in case.
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's a shitty world, and I know I'm shitty too. I know.
Her hand turns into a fist, slowly crushing the cigarette she's still holding.
But I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the sanctity of accounting. That's some multinational...
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
What do you deserve then?
I don't know. To spend my days with smoke, drink and dance, wallowing in shit. Just like everyone else.
She throws away the cigarette. What other option do I have?
You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I promise I won't go out anymore at night. I'll be right here. I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months, or maybe even 1 month. That's all I need.
You do have the form.
He looks at your ledger.
That's it. I'm calling it. Kim is beyond compromised. Definitely, sire.
What will have changed in 2 months or 1 month?
Everything could change.
She looks around.
This city, the extradition rules, the people after me could be in jail. Or maybe Revachol.
She falls silent.
There is desperation there, in that silence. A cornered animal looking for a way out.
Maybe Revachol could be free. I could be tried in a free Revachol. An independent state that doesn't hand its detainees over to the moral intern.
A free Revachol. There is a low, distant rumble on the motor tracks. A great machine shaking the pillars down south. Electricity runs up your spine.
Ooh, sounds like the city likes that idea.
I find that hard to believe, miss.
The handcuffs jingle in his hands. What was that feeling?
It's coming.
I do like the sound of that. Another Revachol, free, independent.
The world can change. It's changed before.
Her round, light brown eyes shining with tears.
Her political overture has succeeded, we see. This was her last card. There is nothing more she can say. The final decision is yours. You alone stand on the throne of your mind.
I've made my choice.
She looks at you in silence, her face filled with fear, lips parted. Wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her. You'd be without your partner for the rest of the day.
Gosh dang it.
Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
One second. I need to check a couple of things. Because I'd rather not be... I don't want to lose Kim for the rest of the day, because then that's kind of a day wasted, because I've got nothing else to do, so I'd just be reading a book over and over and over and over again. I left you off the hook for now, don't make me regret it.
I won't, sir.
She exhales, shaking visibly, then collects herself.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger.
Let's return to this later. Well, I got some experience out of that at least. Yep. That's my task. To the Feld building. Nope, dang it. I need to... Harry's head messed up then. I need to phone in my badge and thing. Badge and gun, sorry.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Alice, please connect me to the 41st again.
Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I'm happy to report that I have found my badge, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
Absolutely not. I've successfully located my 9mm Villiers pistol. It's on me now and I won't lose it again.
10-4, sir, roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
That's all for now.
Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
With those words, the cabin becomes silent again, the radio microphone resting on its hook. And we close the door and leave. And now we go to the Feld building. Curse you, hanged man's boots! Why? Okay, I'm going to manual save because this seems like a big moment. Also, because I'm going to go up the ladder to see if I can open the door
A
from the
rusty
inside.
ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the situation.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp.
I've got my gardening gloves. We're fine.
In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
180 seems about right.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, game.
Yeah, because falling from that height seems, well, splat. So don't do that. Just, you know.
That sounds like a skill check's going to be involved. Maybe.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
The lieutenant stares at you, stone-faced.
Even if it isn't, no one told you.
It won't hurt to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt. A lot.
It's true.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
42%? You know what? XCOM shuffle, baby. Also, savoir-faire. I got stuff for that. I'm at -2 savoir-faire right now. I think that was it. What's giving me the minus to savoir-faire? No shoes. We're going shoeless.
The rusty ladder leads
Oh
to
yeah,
the
92%,
rooftop.
much better.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
Don't gloat. Just stand there like a Samaran master.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there. You just climbed the ladder with your eyes closed.
Damn it, Kim.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
So, unfortunately, I know that one of the endings here is to go in without him, and you die. So, we're not going to get that one. Hope that's fine with everybody else. I just don't particularly want to die right now. I think that was everything, right? Empathy, hand-eye coordination, authority... Just double check for things like rhetoric. Almost face their death with pride. That is true. I think I'm going to keep the body armor on. Seems like the kind of game where I might get shot and having the body armor might negate it, possibly. The central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. Can I get up there? No, I can't. Stones fall. It's a long way down. Stones fall, Harry dies. Everyone enjoying themselves? Obviously, the game's pretty good. Can't speak for the streamer, but the game's pretty good. How did he get in here? I didn't let him in. Okay, that's weird. Glass is covered with grime and dust you can barely see out. So maybe the only way to get in here without him is if he's away. Nope. Take the postcard.
Yes?
It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. It's true. Very true. And as the song says, I want to rock. I can't sing. I apologize. Ah, lots of stuff. You should take out your flashlight. Think it glitched? No, that's fair. I could see that happening. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One can barely squeeze by. That's the way to the basement then. Antiquated office furniture, last century maybe. Brought down and forgotten so long ago. So overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with something. Old file folders lie in the cart, documents silvery with mould. A series of thick, dusty panes of glass. No, I've got the jacket and the trousers now. And the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. We're going through it. Stale fabric, smell and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. Ooh. Oh, I don't have that thought anymore. Sweet hat though. These pots and plates are full of dust and spiderwebs.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
A revolutionary sniper, perhaps? Look, Kim, it's Comrade Mazov.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Long time ago? How long?
Half a century. This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing.
He looks around.
I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
What's with all these secret weapons caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Could someone have stopped through here recently? Ah, maybe I should move in here, seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Free lodgings. Could someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
He looks at the dust. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed, ancient flyers and brochures. The same slit window you saw from outside.
Could this have been the killer's hideout? And this narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? This does look like an embrasure, a slit made for shooting out of.
Hey Ari, how you doing?
Outside the window, desolation. Snow falls softly onto the coastal sand, where it melts almost instantly. On rooftops, it lingers.
Could the killer have used this as a hideout?
It's a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages.
Kim, I can't see the whirling in rags. The shot didn't come from here.
Indeed. No one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough.
The lieutenant's voice betrays a slight disappointment, which he glosses over by reasserting control.
In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. After you, officer.
He looks to the exit. You know what, Kim? I agree. Let's leave. How is mine scanners, Harry? Boot prints in the sand. One of the soles appears more worn than the other. There's something in the air and unnatural buzzing. You know, this seems like the kind of place I'm going to save regularly. It was interesting. Interesting in a good way or in a bad way? Tunnel collapse, you'll have to find another way around. That's some mind controlling and accidental lobotomizing. Oh, well that sounds bad. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. You know what? I'm going to go this way. We'll just come back to that bit. There's a door here. I assume this is just outside.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Hey Kim, how you doing? Who's there?
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Okay. Yeah, it glitched.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that.
You ready?
Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
So now I can get out if I need to. If this is where Ruby is, I'm going to go investigate the other place, but I'm right here first, so the Epsilon factory is quite busy. Plenty of fodder for your show? Question mark, Harry? Or was it not that kind of thing in the end? Oh, that's just how I got in there. Okay. To the buzzing noise, then. For sure, good. Hey, you know what you should do playing for psychology? Oh no, you said you wouldn't. Never mind. I was about to say Visage, but then I realised that was on your no-go list, and that's totally fair. That game was not the best for depicting it. I'm following the footsteps backwards, by the way. I swear to God, if this is like a white noise or something that triggers my spasms, I'm going to be so upset with this game.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain, a strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Isn't going to be like a focus on the representation because the game is pure fantasy, but more about some history of psychological research and the types of assessment they use. Totally fair. Good idea. Hold on, you really don't feel anything?
No, but you are the sensitive one.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous. He trusts your gut feeling on this.
I saw them too. Footprints with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
This is the point of no return, isn't it? These are no return questions. We find out Everard's plan to take the harbour, maybe we should tell Joyce about it.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
He smiles in the dark.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
What do you think is waiting for us there?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
The lieutenant's whisper echoes down the tunnel.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Yep, no point of no return. I'm going to go and tell Joyce about the Union's plans, because that's just going to limit the death toll, if nothing else. Also, she's been really helpful. And whilst I admire Everard's aspirations and intentions, I do not admire the way he goes about doing them, or realising them. These people have nothing, and forcing them out is a bad move. He has annoyed Harry, because he has annoyed me. I need to get this one. Hang on, can I... Oh, hey, cool. I guess I didn't fully explore Land's End. Nope, I can't fast travel anymore. Wonderful. Hey kids, don't mind me.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I talked to Everard Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
It's almost like politicians do things because they look good regardless of the implementation cost. It is, isn't it?
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, worm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything here. How could I stop you?
Tell her. She'll like you for it.
Ma'am, this whole thing's a takeover.
A takeover?
Yes, it's not a strike. You aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The Union is taking the terminal.
If they're taking it...
She looks toward the colourful mountain of crates like toy blocks rising above Martinez.
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot.
Then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbour at once. We need to talk about this.
He's ready for a war. They all are.
They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
First, will this affect your decision process?
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Officer?
The look on the lieutenant's face conveys uncertainty. He doesn't even sound angry.
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
It's apocalypse o'clock. Time to commence the gloaming. Call his bluff.
One day you will realize you can't simply go around saying these things about the citizens we are here to protect.
They will last as long as the drug trade in Jamrock provides them with support. With all due respect, that'll be a long and bloody time.
So what are you going to do?
What will I do?
She says, slowly looking around.
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
The wind blows. Waves crash in the distance. She crosses her arms. You said you would, one day.
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Why?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew. All they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
Each of those expeditions would have been led by an admiral. Sounds like a purge. Like she was purging her political rivals.
Sounds political.
There was no precedent for such an undertaking. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry, the 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor.
And it starts to rain.
There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill.
Put your hand in the rain.
So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
This ocean?
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious. as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
She smiles.
Après la vie, la mort. Après la mort, la vie encore. Après la mort, la grille. Après la grille, le monde encore.
They summarised it for the Queen and Dolores Day.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the Isola, the Pearl. After the Pearl, Isola again.
On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lysergique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen.
She looks to the sky, then back at you.
4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Leaving us here.
On Caillou. The Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
The Great Skua was the first bird they saw?
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
I seem to have it in for it, or it for me. I broke one.
In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
And this was the last break we got?
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here...
She spreads her arms.
There was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain.
What happened? Look around.
Revolution. Poverty. And the mercurial rise of capitalism.
She nods. It's raining.
It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
She pulls the hood over her head.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
The lieutenant keeps his hand in the rain. What will you do?
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
Is that within your means?
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
It is. It is well within her authority. It's been clear for some time that this woman is more than she lets on.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
She takes the end in her rain-slick hand and starts untying the knot.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
You're going now?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
She generally avoids that term with her employers.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
You are the Wild Pines. There are no employers.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
She turns to you, rope in hand. What? Of course I have superiors.
That's right, detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Dang it, Kim.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not. Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
Even after all this time, I still don't really understand who you are or what your angle is.
I have not deceived you. I told you exactly who I was. Rejoice Layton.
Understood, let her go.
Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move? Where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane.
Oh, that's possible.
I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
Isn't everybody a little insane?
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Yes, I found my gun. I learned about the Pale from Joyce. The Pale is solidified past/nothingness that exists between continents of matter. And then I got my gun from a mentally unsound woman.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
You're over-irradiated?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She was pretending to be the police. Complete with siren and flashing lights.
She would die to return to it. The Pale. The past. Anything one can return to.
Goodbye, nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. How do you keep it together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Goodbye, Rejoice Layton.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything.
I felt like it would save a lot of people's lives.
You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
That's that. That was the postcard I picked up. I'm going to take the torch out of my hand. 2 skill points, I'll keep those for now. The Insulindian Miracle. May as well go and tell Everard about this as well. Nope, it's not worth it. Can I fast travel? Sure can't. Why would I be able to fast travel? Gosh dang it. We've got a long walk ahead of us, chat. I mean, sure, yeah, it takes, what, a minute tops, but still. I still haven't yet figured out what the bars beneath the character portraits are, unless they're just there as like, hey, this is a photograph. Which it might be, in all fairness. Oh, it's not raining anymore, hang on. Not snowing anymore. I had that look up at the sky with Classier check to do. Apologies for anyone who's like, gosh dang it, streamer, why don't you just go ahead and finish the game? Oh, I missed it. Please? Okay, that's weird. Harry won't automatically open doors. So far on my what day should I take off streaming to write poll, it's leaning towards I should take Wednesdays off to get my writing done. Not a permanent thing. I just have some contract work to do that unfortunately clashes with another contract project and my own Patreon work. Streamer, why haven't you karaoke'd with the bird in church? Because I gave the bird to God, okay? I danced in the church yesterday.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions.
Oh, it's snowing again.
Pertaining to a murder investigation.
Nothing happened.
Dang it, it started snowing the moment I stepped outside. That's annoying. Okay, well, fortunately, that means I can... Nope, I didn't save. I should have saved. Never mind. Blue Link wants another roast. Blue Link, the fact that you keep returning to this channel, this content, seem to enjoy your time here, implies that you are as starved for entertainment as I am forgetful when it comes to saving regularly. Which, if you haven't noticed, doesn't really happen. Basically, get a life, bruh. I'm not going to say it like that again. I apologise. To anyone listening, to anyone not listening, I apologise for saying that as well, in all fairness. I still don't think Ruby did it, by the way. Do need a life. Hey, look, if you subscribe, you get 1 life and a heart. That's what hearts mean, right? 1 life. I didn't even know Blink had a bruh emote. That was just a good coincidence. Can I fast travel? Absolutely not. I mean, I don't want to. I was just checking if I had gained the ability to fast travel after loading the save. Le tired, same. Ari, same. But it is the end of le week, or semaine. So hopefully the weekend is restful for you. I'm not going to be rested this weekend. I have a lot of stuff to do this weekend. Professional GMing and then a 6-hour D&D game. Take a nap and then fire the missiles. And also editing work and maybe try and squeeze in some writing. What up, racist? I was saying what up, racist to the racist lorry driver, by the way, not to anyone in chat. Just want to clarify that. This way. I mean, I start my job Monday, so I gotta be belligerent. I started last night and I gotta keep it up on stream. What are the hours like? Are they long? I mean, I guess it's what you can tell me, but don't want you to get tired and wear yourself out. If they ever always going to strike first, if we tell him. Yeah, but I'm here now, unfortunately. You make your own, actually? Oh, that's quite good, actually. Flexibility. Is it one of those jobs where, as long as you do the amount, they don't mind when you work? Because I like that approach to work. I don't know why I saved there. I should have saved inside, but I saved there just because that way if it doesn't work, I reload. I'm going to keep a certain case setting whenever I'm doing 12 till 8 so I can have a variety of clients. That's fair. Yeah, I like it when... Obviously, I've only been employed for 6 months of my entire working life. But I like it when companies offer that. Hey, dude.
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon? Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
His tone is totally different now. The jolly man of the people is gone, and so is the smile. His jaw is clenched, and his quadruple chin is quivering with hatred. This is decades of hatred speaking right now. You get a sinking feeling.
I don't understand what you mean.
Don't worry, Harry. He does. At least I think he does.
He nods towards the lieutenant.
You wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck.
Now I know why you've been so forthcoming.
No, Harry. What we have is real. We're working men. This here is real.
So this was your plan all along, for me to relay this information to her?
Harry, I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly.
But you did want me to relay info to her.
I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbour. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up.
How do you know she left?
Harry, I bugged her cabin. I bugged her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cap. But my boys advised against it.
So you've been listening to our conversations all the time?
Not me personally. I had guys recording and processing this information for me.
He stretches his arms like a discus thrower. The Hardy Boys?
Hell no! They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean my real boys. My special task force boys.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi.
You used me.
Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself.
You used my intellectual curiosity against me.
Against you? Oh, Harry, I'd like to think I used it for you.
So what's going to happen now?
What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire.
But I swore fealty to her. She's my beautiful lady. I have a bad taste in my mouth. You better make sure this ends up saving lives.
That it will, Harry. That it will. As to the bad taste, please, you're not a sommelier. You're a cop.
A sincere smile crosses his face.
You knew something. Something big. And you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you. Inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history.
I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying right now.
Right on, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you, I knew you weren't one to resist temptation.
You know what, Detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
That's fair, Kim.
Just look at the three of us. The three careless boyaderos. Good times, good times.
So what now?
Now there's a whole lot of work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's get to it. What can I help my best friend and comrade with today?
Oh, I'm going to leave now. I got experience, though, so there's that. Nowhere near leveling up again. Oh, the game didn't like that. Get outside, see if I can fast travel. Doubt I'll be able to, but it's worth checking. Every time I see this loading screen, I have to resist the urge to trace the outline of the bird. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I fail, but I tell you, chat, it is every time. I guess you get 2 fast travels a day, huh? Fantastic. What I don't like is you can double click on a spot to run to it, but if you double click on an item, nothing happens. The run doesn't trigger. Harry just slows down to a walk. So if you see me click on it, or I guess you wouldn't see the click. If you see me hover over something and then double click on the ground in front of it, arf, get it? Seal of approval. That joke is wasted, like those bits. Thank you for those last 8 bits, Blink. I really appreciate it. Is that a Corgo? That is a Corgo. Thank you for the teeny tiny Corgo. Enjoy the top tier of the stream. The title is yours. I really appreciate it. I've said that, but I'll say it again. Right, I've got the raining noise, but it's snowing. Yeah, Ari, as Blink says, get excited, you're employed in doing what you want to do. That doesn't happen to many people. We're excited for you. I shouldn't say it's because I'm a therapist, everyone has ideas that therapists don't save the world, but I don't see my work as that important. Okay, Kim, you're just going to hang out there? Cool. I assure you, someone will think your work is important.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
Oh yeah, Kim is tired of all the running around. If I could fast travel, he wouldn't be. What happened here?
In this yard?
The lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of grey swallows takes off in the distance.
He's assessing the situation. How long ago was it abandoned?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
Wait, what's a bloc obscur?
A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
So this part of the coast is a bloc obscur?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
Maybe they left something useful behind.
Yes, for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
That's the distinctive way of walking that detectives from Jamrock have, if you remember. He gives you a weary smile.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
As Blink says, Ari, if you have helped at least one person, you've left a mark on the world.
We should move. I don't think our suspect is in this particular yard. No place to hide. And besides, it's too close to Martinez.
Nope. Birds in the birch tree, barely audible coos come from above. What I will do is I'll get back down to the tunnels. I'll get to the spot where I turned around last time, and I'm going to take my wellness break. Nope. Anyway, Harry, all else fails. You still make us laugh as the person who tries to fistfight ghosts. How's that going for you, by the way? Oh, also, I finally got around to reading the patch notes for Forewarned, and pretty exciting stuff. I like the fact you can turn the time limit off now, no matter what difficulty you play on. Fistfighting ghosts is not a laughing matter. Oh, right. I've only got 2 saves now. Anyway, wellness break screen. So far, this stream, I have not had a muscle spasm because of this game's sound design. So that's a positive. You want to play Fallen so bad? We will have to figure out another play session. See if we can get Tiff and someone else involved as well for 4 players. Anyway, I'm going to take my wellness break. You all know the drill. I'm going to set the challenge going, and I'm going to stretch and hydrate and all that stuff. Got Baron a copy as a gift as well. Ooh, that's exciting. There's the challenge. I will see you in a couple of moments. Have a good wellness break, everyone. You think you want to play DVD? Do you want to go and play DVD, Harry? I won't hold that against you. You'll be dead to me. Oh, after the stream, obviously leaving this chat. That's fair. I need to play DVD with people and not random players. Also, we need to play Paladins, Ari. I want to play as Ray with people I can actually coordinate with. Had a lot of fun playing as Ray though the other day. A concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. Paladins, yeah, as Ari says, it's a free game. It's Overwatch-like. It feels strange, but I actually prefer it to Overwatch.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain
Hey, Ruby.
like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
This is PC, babe. You can sign in on the Xbox. Don't worry about it.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Okay, Blue Link, or Blink. Paladins is a first-person hero shooter. You've got deathmatch. It's team deathmatch, control points, and payload stuff. So I pretty much only play the payload game type, Siege, because it has that built-in cooperative element to it, where people don't usually just run off by themselves. But it's free to play. You get a rotation of heroes, and you can you can use actual money to buy heroes you like, as well as earn them with in-game currency, I believe.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
I'm going to cover my ears.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Have so many games to play as this. Yeah, Blink, it's good for like half an hour chunks. That's what I play in, like one match at a time. But if you have a big list, that's totally fair. I keep wanting to do a community evening of it because you can set up custom lobbies, but I don't know that many people would play it, so I don't see the point. Try not to have too much fun. You'll give British people a bad reputation. I'm having fun, gosh dang it.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Okay, you're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
She turns the dial in her hand.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
What's happening to me?
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency.
Hey, Weldy.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Fat Angus said you had a pale emitter.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his trap shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter. It doesn't emit pale.
You get to hang out today? No lurk! Excellent! Welcome to pain.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Took half a day to get your brain and life in order. Hey, sometimes you need that me time, Weldy. I understand that feeling.
So, what we are experiencing is the concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
List of 13 items and 5 hours to get them done. Wonderful. Cool, kids? Well, you're all cool, I'm not.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break you loose.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods towards her torture device.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the lore officials trapped in it. Have you experience this with a compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Put some anxiety about doing this for a while, so I had to dedicate some time to get everything done. Weldy, we're here for you. Take a break when you need to. Keep the anxiety under control. Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Jim, I think 1 so far. Signal. Sorry, no worries.
You're looking for a deal with my mattress.
I'm just gonna skip that. The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way, Isabel the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
She smiles a little smile.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Weldy time, more like swoldy time, am I right, chap? Preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Lely?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
So she says she didn't do it, and she doesn't trust you. Is it you specifically, or the citizens' militia that she distrusts?
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Your friend Classia really threw you to the wolves. Said you shot Lely.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this.
She smiled sadly.
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Your own boys told us you were on the coast.
My boys?
Yeah. Ruby boys, formerly the Hardy boys.
What? I don't even understand what you're trying to get at here. Oh, doesn't even matter. How could they be my boys when they're not even my friends? Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people who people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait. Wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
You've got this, Weldy. Get that 100.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
She adjusts her grip on the gun.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Would you say that Lely was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him? Perhaps his way with women?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
Can we stop using that word, please?
See her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when Lely was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation, Wins from the Pain, has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Look, there's a secret way from the first floor of the whirling to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
She frowned, studying your face.
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stopped him from finishing the sentence. And I know! The game has not let me address this fact in any way.
That didn't go super well.
It's bothering me.
You've got to lay something better on her.
Did you leave any flowers for Fascia on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
These weren't just flowers, they... symbols of revolution push through the paint.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Okay, so you didn't leave Maybells.
No, I did not.
You have a gun.
And?
Where did you get it?
The gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
That doesn't sound like the name of a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask her about stuff.
Evidence.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Is that the only reason?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
I don't think telling her that she's running drugs is going to happen. Take a step back.
Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
From Weldy time, YouTube audience, Trigger Happy Jacks. Our motto is, jack around and find out. Wink and finger pistol.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
He struggles to finish the sentence.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Wait, did she also seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
Claudia said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Klaasje said you seemed to have a plan, prepared when you got there.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
That bitch!
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
I'm sorry, my emotions got the better of me there. That darned liar. Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
That's bad. They should be so calm.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Lely herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
To be fair, she was a spy, that's true.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
The lieutenant forces himself to finish the sentence.
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She purses her lips.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
She looks at you quizzically. Uh-oh.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself.
I'm gonna die because I don't have enough healing items.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Bullshit. You're trying to wince grotesquely. Throw me off. No one says that.
Oh, yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Sure, why not? Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
La Puta Madre? I've heard of La Puta Madre. It's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
Sorry, I know I'm supposed to know all about this, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre, anyway?
You know what I did. I fucked him over.
She pauses.
And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
YouTube, Weldy is asking, what of it? They also wear disco pants and funny tie. Do you wear a horrific necktie though, Weldy? That is its legit in-game name. Horrific necktie.
I thought we had an agreement, she thinks. This was not supposed to happen. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you, singular, or
Weldy is
plural?
10,000%.
She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude.
She nods towards the lieutenant.
You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. The lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
She narrows her eyes.
No idea who these people are, literally. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minnow. We could either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them. They're in Martinez.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice trails off into white noise in your head. Feels like an aneurysm approaching. Oh my god, I'm going to die. If I failed that, I would have got health back anyway, so it's not too big a deal. Creeping my way over to the machine.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side.
That's so nice on my ears.
It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell.
Whisper over your shoulder. You okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
The lieutenant hunches, recovering.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
She puts the barrel of a gun into her mouth. Oh no, we're convincing her to put the gun down. I failed.
You should know the words to say.
Oh shit.
You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you?
Oh dear, she's dead.
Because you've misread the situation from the beginning. And now her finger squeezes the trigger.
I failed by... Had an 80% chance? Yeah, that's a 20% chance of failure. And I got a 3 on the dice. You can see my score. It's fun. It's fantastic. Come on, one idea. I need one idea.
No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
I know your pain. I've been let down by women too. And she's dead.
She flashes you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Oh god.
Fuck.
The lieutenant stands motionless, watching the blood pool in the sand. What did we just do?
Our job. It went really bad. And now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold?
She killed herself. I failed to talk her down.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
I would reload to go back through all of that, but then I think the earphone users would kill me. But hey chat, do you want me to... I can skip through the conversation pretty quickly. It's no big deal. Do you want me to do that to try that check again? It's up to you. I'm good either way.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
We've got one reload it. Got 2 reloads. There we go. If you fail again, it's fate. Yeah, if I fail again, the game really does not want me to win. Okay. I will lower the audio. I think the rolling system in the game is bullshit. Earphone users, raise his hand. Run it back. Do it. I mean, obviously I use earphones as well, so... I am going to lower the audio, though. I don't know which one that would be, and I like the levels where they are. I'll just click through it quickly. Like, the rolling system makes sense, because it is a check.
Suddenly, your entire body is...
Hang on. Oh, I need to check that stuff on the side again. Feels as bad as Kotor? No, it does not. KOTOR is terrible, the rolling system. I realise I can just lower the audio in OBS. No, it was getting really bad for me, Weldy. Like, it was starting to trigger my auditory issues, so I don't mind lowering it. But I want to get this single point of experience. You know, we'll do a manual save as well. Right. Be prepared for a lot of staccato.
Your entire body is parallel. It's like a
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it. Can't say it's a pleasure.
The voice doesn't wish to hurt you.
Don't cover them.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself? Don't focus on.
You lose health either way.
Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
That was not what I did last time. Hopefully the static sound effect is a bit more manageable now. I don't even know what that would be classed as. I assume music, but I don't know. Also, my posture's gone to heck because I'm leaning on the desk while I clip through this.
Suddenly, your entire body is parallel. It's like a...
I know you're can't say it's a...
The voice doesn't wish to... Nobody.
You lose health there no matter what.
I'm using a...
The X blasted from that paling.
That boy... A pale light signals are... So... Precisely. At the upper lip.
She's been holed up in here for a week.
Yeah, I stuck my head in. I built it my... That's a... Oh yeah. Way beyond. You're big.
I'm just trying to keep healing items as much as I can.
The gun she's... Well, just keep her talking. There's only 3. Be careful when you...
I heard you in the passage. So, you found...
Her tone is bitter.
So...
As opposed to the other man.
I was.
That's her admitting.
No, I did...
So she's...
Who ratted me out, Violet? Oh, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? My boys? What? Oh...
$8.
How the fuck did the rest of you get that? I did.
That did make her forgive them.
Like...
A strong moral compass. She still wants...
I'm just trying to pick the same options.
Pardon, mercy. Plenty of broken people. You think I...
See her confident gaze. Her tone.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boy. You mean the length of a... Wow. Don't know it.
Evaluate.
The shot couldn't have...
She has a...
That didn't go super well.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
But you want to be more than friends?
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
She said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts who didn't want to catch up with us. And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Then what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
I'm going to ask about the peephole while I'm here.
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective.
Hole in the wall.
If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls?
You haven't been watching Clash Through a Hole in the Wall?
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Rooftops.
Who doesn't? Oh,
Antenna. Any reason? Moving
yes,
on.
I'm sure. And
Flowers.
Gifts of
Symbol
flowers.
of revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolution.
She
I
was
never
mourning.
did understand why, when someone dies, a hot house's worth of flowers has to die too. No, I did not.
You have a
And
gun. Where'd you get it? What gun store? Doesn't sound the
What do you
name.
think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Do you collect guns?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
Okay, moving on.
Evidence.
Sure, we'll ask about the drugs. Why not?
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
A bitter smile.
Beneath it, she's relieved. Tommy didn't betray her.
You had a financial incentive.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
The lieutenant is unable to articulate his question.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter.
There. It's going to be easier to
Oh,
reach
that's cool. But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
She responds, holding your gaze.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing.
Who killed the
How should
Merc?
I know?
Those rings are.
Police radio?
Who hasn't? He was still
What
warm.
happened?
She's refused.
It's okay.
All right, don't. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady the nerves.
Seem
Oh,
high.
yeah.
Said you knew something was
No,
wrong.
she asked me.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
See, Claudia said you seem to have a plan.
What?
Her idea.
Yeah. And she asked me to help her drag him.
That's
into,
bad.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be
Found a wholesome
disturbed.
DVD streamer. Hey, I stream DVD. I'm pretty wholesome, Blink. You know, not continually stream it, obviously.
As I keep
But
war, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
You didn't kill him,
I
why
saw it.
hide?
So this is what.
Yes, you.
Through the fucking hell. It's especially bad suddenly.
Oh yes, they do. The cops, the criminals.
If she knows that about you.
Tell me my
Mary
name.
Dubois.
So she knows you're. I don't know. Sounds pretty.
He's
Is that a
dangerous.
joke or a threat?
Lost my memory.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will.
What did you
You've been to
do?
my
I thought we hadn't. She's not. Wait. One thing. Possibly.
When I came into
Yeah,
town.
you had your death
Who was in the
well, it
squad?
wasn't this.
What else can you
Wonder
tell
if
me?
that sound about
No, satellite office. Let's go home, John.
I think I know them.
fantastic. I've got to
Hear
hear
about the
what
bunker.
Don't know anything about it. No one.
You kids and your DVD. Them used to face off toxic shitheads that when I find someone cool I get excited. Yeah, unfortunately, obviously, it's an online game. Toxic shitheads are kind of unfortunately to be expected.
The compressor lies broken on its side.
You okay, Kim?
She looks.
Oh fuck it.
Right. What do you? You know what? I'm just going to try the 92% chance again.
She's
Oh, thank
truly
God.
desperate. She thinks she has no other options.
We did it, chat.
You need to give her options.
What options?
You know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it.
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please, just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
Yeah, I'm kind of. Oh right, I'll turn the volume up again. I'm kind of curious about why DBD is so toxic.
Her neck and shoulders relax. and her grip on the gun loosens.
You don't have to do this. You're not cornered. I'm letting you go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She says, pulling the gun out of her mouth, eyes still fixed on you. Then she turns her gaze to the tunnel behind you.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
The lieutenant is still unsteady on his feet. I did my best.
I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
He has to catch his breath.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
He points to the back of the cabin. Game about serial killing? No way would have tried shitty people who like to troll people. I mean, yeah, there's that, but I think it's more because it's a cooperative game. Possibly. It's an asymmetrical game, right? Dark water trails into the distance, there's no way out. Asymmetrical games just seem to attract a certain kind of person. Take the drugs, but not going to actually take the drugs, if you know what I mean. Cooking utensils, she has prepared herself porridge with bananas.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
Look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Look at the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
Ruby's gone. Go to her tent. Okay.
See anything?
The lieutenant peeks in over your shoulder. Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook. Take it.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
You know what, Kim? We should. But first, I'm going to save the game. Trying to get better about that. Time to read Ruby's journal. A well-loved journal with a brown leather cover and the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. It seems to have served as a loyal friend to a lonely traveller.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers.
Unwind the strap. Move on. Because it's ours now. Ha ha ha!
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently.
Hey, does anyone need a link to my Discord, by the way?
Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
I realised that it's been a while since I pushed it, so if anyone does want it, let me know and we'll drop the link for you. Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Oh, thanks, Harry. That link is, in fact, what kinds of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
We're going to read them both.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head.
This is a coincidence. I would never kill people for a mob boss.
The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand.
Wait, March 12th, didn't it say 15th? Yeah, it says 15th up there, but 12th down here. But 12th down here. Gosh dang it. Which is it? I'm confused.
Been holed up here for 3 days now.
Bit 12.
I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
He really must have done, because I can't imagine that would have gone down particularly well for anyone involved. What's the most recent entry? Conclude with journal.
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
The lieutenant taps on the page.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
If she didn't do it, then maybe it's a good thing we didn't catch her?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her.
He frowns.
Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
So we just hit a dead end? Wonderful. Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He looks you straight in the eye for a moment and sighs. Then who do you think killed the merc?
Clausia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or...
He stops to think. But no one heard the shot.
Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
We really should. Return to the whirling in rags. When you get a chance to call your station to find out more, if you dare. Oh, we dare, chat. We dare. I guess. As rhetoric's up. I guess that. I don't know. Again, it seems like getting into the end game where people are going to be shooting at me. Possibly, especially the mercenaries, because I imagine they're going to be a bit irked. Dodging might be useful. Please don't let Kitsuragi die. I'm trying not to. Oh, I should probably... I think I could put another point on authority, right? I might put another point on authority as well, thinking about it. Just in case that comes up. He is a precious being and must be protected at all costs. If he does die, but it's the result of a skill check, of course I'm reloading the moment that I fail. Blink. The developers put this game on sale for Lunar New Year, sorry. I'm trying to unentangle the Chinese bit from that, because obviously it's not just China that celebrates it. And they said if you can stop like kissing your portraits of Kim Kitsuragi for 30 seconds or something like that, it was pretty good. They know their audience. Of course, you'd only be doing that if you played the game, at which point if it's on Steam, why wouldn't you already have it? But there we go. There we go. Does seem like endgame. I don't think I'm going to get any thoughts I want at this point, so yeah, we'll go up to Authority 9. Can I fast travel? Sure cannot. Okay. Wonderful. We've got a long run ahead of it. Why am I over here? Brother wants this game after watch you play it for a little bit. Hey, that's fair. It's a good game. Starts off very in your face with the racism and the everything is gloomy, but it's worth sticking with. I mean, I just want to point out that I have all of these thoughts that I haven't even encountered. Obviously, some of them are going to be related to the political stuff, which was added in Final Cut. But I know there's stuff I've missed. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna start watching after the first day. Honestly, if I'd bought this myself and it hadn't been a gift from someone whose recommendations I've put great weight on, I would probably not have continued after the opening sequence. After that first stream. But I'm glad I did.
Stop. Now. It is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
What am I supposed to do?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand. Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pockets.
Not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
My god, Kim Kitsuragi, you're a bro. Oh, it is actually something I can equip. Equip this one times the most dire. Okay, well, I've got one round for it. Time for crisis and death, hooray. Yes.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
Done like 3 playthroughs and watched a lot of Let's Plays and still see new stuff in the game. That is the sign of a good game. I think my hand recognizes it.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago.
It's like when I played Heaven's Vault, and people were like, hey, this is a rare ending to the game. And I was like, oh, I just played it the way I wanted to play it. Speaking of Heaven's Vault, actually, they're putting out another game. It's a side-scrolling survival game. So that might be interesting. But hopefully, even though you know what's coming, Bunny Couture, I am at least mildly entertaining.
This is your gun.
Woo, experience.
It's more of a symbol than anything else. Because there is always a rational, sensible, reasonable solution to every situation. Sheathe it and know you have the moral high ground.
I mean, I could sheathe it, or I could keep it in my hand.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth.
Oh.
Welcome to the
Whoops.
fucking reckoning. Put your damn...
Hang on. Okay, it's not too big a run back, I guess. Gun down, Titus remains calm. People are going to get hurt. We need to talk this through, alright?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
Ah, the shit fuck. The classic insult.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous.
Shh.
The lieutenant raises his left hand.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Her tone is frighteningly emotionless.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
His voice is almost gentle.
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping.
Nest in your abdominal cavity
Sniper.
like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant points to the helmeted figure.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He puts his hand on his holster.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
We're out of time. This is...
The Mercenary Tribunal.
The lieutenant nods. Whisper, the big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
He nods.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Stop. This is the police. Get between them. Oh, let's walk away for now.
No.
Okay.
We have
can't.
to step in. This is not going to end well if we don't.
I was hoping I could leave to save and then come back. Stop. This is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backward.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
Now he's calming down, I can talk to him.
You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Pig, fuck!
The voice from beneath the helmet interrupts your thoughts. You only make out the last word. Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
She doesn't seem to understand the severity of the situation. With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you.
Okay.
No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Okay. So this isn't going well. 97%. 97%. I might go with that one. Talk about the Hanged Man. Yeah.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
I knew you were a goddamn scab leader.
Yeah. I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces for you natives. Fucking food aid shit.
He wipes his mouth.
That shit is done now. Trigger time.
Who are you? Corty?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
He points at the whirling in rags. Hey! It is not a mud hut. It is an establishment of middling reputation. I am assured that they used to have a karaoke system, but it has been removed for reasons completely unrelated to me. They used to have a great skewer, also removed due to reasons completely unrelated to me. But the grouse they got in to replace it is, chef kiss. Also, pinball.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click, softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenay. The dead man's name is Elise Courtenay. He's brothers with the deceased.
Oh shit.
No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
I do.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by
Brothers or
lead.
spouses. His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor.
Who? Laylee?
Yes, when he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
You had him at pinball? Hey, Weldy, it used to be a pinball arcade before it became a cafe. And there's one working pinball. There are 2 working pinball machines in it.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor. And now these cunts finished the job.
Waves at the gang huddled by the doors.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us.
She glances at him.
Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
He had blue eyes, didn't he, your colonel?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Courtenay, I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raoul and Elise Courtenay. Look him in the eye. I'm sorry about your brother, Raoul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the farm.
And they went to the same military academy, the same unit, in the same war.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
He looks around, then wipes his face with his armored glove.
Okay, good.
I'm not going to say that because people have said nothing but bad things about him. Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there.
He waves at the men behind you.
Shitting his pants. And you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
He stares at you, eyes pink from the alcohol, fingers tapping the pistol.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
I think I might just shoot him. I'm just going to see if... Because obviously I like to do all the talky. So I'm going to see if... they will just open fire if I talk too much. Without spoiling anything. Because I'd like to talk as much as I can, because the game is a lot of fun and I like the writing, but I don't want to get anyone killed unnecessarily. Not that I can tell. I'm just double checking. Okay. Man getting whooped to death and getting to take a break from DBD. Survivors are good at the last day. Okay. Think of an argument.
Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. Really? None of this looks like it's going to do anything but piss him off. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Cronell does not give you the right to conduct a tribunal.
Pops! You have no idea about the rights Cronell extends to us.
I don't care. It's not okay to kill civilians and local law enforcement officers.
If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight.
He points to it.
By your shit pipes.
Intestines.
Then that's called a necessary display of force. No one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths. That's reality.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did then?
It was someone else, someone who's not here.
How fucking convenient.
Gives you a drunken stare.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
Oh, of course I'm going to try this. I failed.
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her.
She's
you move your mouth like a fish gasping for air.
She wasn't even there.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke
Elizabeth's
erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
The woman grabs her left side. She's down. Her white shirt soaks a blood red around her abdomen. She gasps for air.
Fuck this!
I starts pulling something out from his pocket.
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
He'll be ripped apart. They all will. The moment the third man opens fire, and he knows it. He wants you to open fire on the mercenaries before he does. He's waiting for you and your partner to be the shield.
Okay, last attempt. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Wild Pine's not going to forgive you massacring a bunch of innocent people.
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
She's going to be mad when she hears about this.
She's fucking gone. She fucking sailed off. You're alone.
The shout echoes back from the whirling windows.
Stay cool! How is she?
Titus shouts to his men in the background.
I'll be okay. I'll be...
She puts a bloody hand on her heart and starts shaking.
She'll be gone soon, too. Company bitch is gone. Lally's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
He looks around tired suddenly. Sad, even.
Guys,
The little guy breaks formation.
I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
Titus turns to his men as the other one runs to the yard.
They're afraid. All of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon. One by one.
Shanky only has shanks.
No, the rest will stay. They will hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you.
He's like, no shanks, I want to live. I'm just going to shoot the guy.
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Look at Court now.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. You leap left.
Oh yeah.
A swarm of angry men passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Dang, you shot him in the face. Apparently I did shoot him in the face. I can't be killed, I become immortal. Stop shooting at me!
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too. At Kim.
Kim!
God, please.
The lieutenant says quietly without trembling. He aims, face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet.
No, Kim.
An extremely difficult shot.
Kim!
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Did it hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Go Kim. Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Yeah, that's... Look him in the eye.
The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end.
So according to the wiki, I accidentally saw this when I was checking like how to get the odds in my favor. That evade always fails. Even if you succeed at it, you still get hit, so there's no point.
Here it comes. Death.
No, I'll try it, but I got health back, so there's that at least. Harry's been shot.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Touch your lower body.
Warm blood pools underneath you. It's sticky, and there's so much of it.
I did also see that if you have the medicinal spirits and the necktie, you're supposed to be able to yeet them. I wonder if it's because I've got it equipped. To protect the cop they care, they really do.
Don't go into shock. Hold on.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
Oh God.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
That's fair. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there.
Stay with me.
You feel burning hot tears streaming from your eyes. Please call her, Kim. She won't listen to me.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
The lieutenant pushes down on your wound hard.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, You sense something behind him, a slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
No. Kim. Who's this at the top? What? Who's this?
Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Oh wow, Kim truly trusts me. No! Kim!
No, you scream. Behind
That nearly
you,
failed.
from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear.
Snake Eyes was the only way I was losing that, actually. I guess.
There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion.
That's gonna hurt.
You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No. Let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door.
Can't handle this. Is Kim okay? I think Kim's okay, because I succeeded the check, so I'm assuming that means he got the shot off in time, but we'll have to find out.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep.
I do want to address the fact that because of that thought I've got that gives me health back on third physical checks, I got shot and healed.
And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
There's still work to do.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Harry is to blame for all of his problems. That's the upshot of that conversation. Monologue, I guess, from Limbic System there. I don't know if I dislike Limbic System voice more or Reptile voice. Yeah, they're both choices. Spine was an interesting choice as well. Voice makes you uncomfortable. That is the point, Blue Link. That is the point. Still glad that I got the good karaoke, though. I do not want to hear that song in Limbic System's voice. That sounds like an experience.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket.
He lives!
It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
They've also cleared up my room at the Whirling.
It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
The lieutenant says. He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. Didn't we know from the beginning Harry's the cause of all his problems? Yes, but we were woken up by the clarion call of the infernal engine, and I assume that's just... like, I think we were supposed to think that was the car engine, but I think it's more just Harry's attitude. What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
My gun. It's engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
He looks out the window.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
He unzips his bomber jacket. Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the Major in the face. A firefight ensued.
I did. Kind of upset I didn't get to eat a Molotov cocktail at him, but I guess this way around I keep the necktie. Is he dead?
Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
I'm a killer.
You're an officer of the RCM.
He continues without waiting for a reply.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine.
He
It was
nods.
meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
There's a pause.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Gonna go into alert mode, have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Weldy. Hopefully you don't overdo it at the gym and end up in pain. Hopefully the tasks get sorted as well, and thank you for being here.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Weldy's given the gift of me. Thank you for gifting subs, Weldy. Blink, enjoy the emotes. Ninja's not here for me to say that, but you know. No, apparently I dropped some subs, but thank you again, Weldy. Yes, not Angus. Angus has unfortunately passed away. Eugene.
Yes, he's still alive too.
Nod.
You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got a jump on me.
Sorry, I'm still really touched about the gifted subs. After that really intense firefight, that was just the balm I needed, Weldy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
The lieutenant takes a cigarette from his coat pocket and lights it. A bitter smell fills the room. Also, just want to point out, that got real heavy, like, it's not a light game by any stretch of the imagination, but it got super serious. And very well choreographed. Very good sound design. So he only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
How many casualties on the Union side total?
4. Glenn, Theo, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets.
There's a pause.
And Elizabeth too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener.
Dang it, I think, from what I briefly scanned when I was checking to see, she was the only one that isn't scripted to die out of those. I think. She did not make it?
No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership.
If I would have presented the theory better to their leader.
She never had a chance. She should not have been there in the first place. There was no way to convince them.
Now you get the lurk emote though, Blink. I mean, I say lurk emote, you can use it for a variety of purposes, obviously. But enjoy it. They're all dead, all 3 of the contractors.
The Pole was the last to die.
He nods.
Everard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
He breathes in the fumes, thinking.
Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
So you also killed.
He nods.
And that's...
all.
An absolute disaster.
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success.
Wrong voice lines playing because you can get different numbers of people dying.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet.
He rubs his swollen chin.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
The room. It's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
The piss jacket, Kim. You took it off?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
I really don't understand that, but okay.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't that strange?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Okay.
I'm sure they're worried about you.
No, they would be here if they were truly worried.
If they're so worried about me, where are they?
I don't know.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much.
That's fair.
Things would be worse if you didn't warn me.
There's a pause.
I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Hang on, I need to check something. Oh. So, if you don't, oh, you have to equip the medicinal spirit. I guess put it in his hand. If you don't save Kim, he just gets hospitalized, and you do the rest of the game with Kuno instead. I think we got the better end of the deal here. Okay. You, not Kuno. Sorry. The Kuno.
Easy now.
The lieutenant turns double again before your eyes, an orange hue of pain.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Ефрейтор.
The Kuno does care. Kuno's a monk. What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
You don't know?
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling.
The Kuno ending is so fun, Harry adopts a child? Obviously, you know the answer here, Bunny Couture, but does this face look like the kind of man who should adopt a child? That doesn't... Kim, this face, yes. This face, no. But at least that's factored in. At least that does affect the ending. You don't think it was a good idea?
I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad.
Actually, in all fairness, Harry would probably be a better parent than Kuno's actual absentee father. He looks out the window. Not at all.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Wait, Classio's gone too?
Oh, yes. She left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I asked Mr. Gart.
It's still very funny. Oh, I can well imagine it.
Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her. But
he shrugs.
Maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven.
By the way, the lieutenant does not actually believe you will be spiritually reimbursed for letting her escape. You just have to live with it.
Maybe if I replay this on stream in a couple of years' time, we'll get the Kuno ending. Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hanged man?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
His voice is calm, matter-of-factly. Fucking Maybelle's, Kim, the flowers.
What?
Yanked out, show the dried flower while it falls to pieces. This one, remember?
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
I don't. I sold some stuff.
He's wrong.
No, Kim. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What about the hole in the wall? Someone was checking on her
I
out.
don't know. That's been there for years.
The goddamn footprints.
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs. Rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
An antique bullet from a Belle Margrave 4.46. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
Communism did not kill them. There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Can't believe they're fucking useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
It's because I'm la puta madre's peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
He did.
Also, it's just close enough to enjoy the walk.
Let's just aimlessly wander until a clue presents itself. Or we should check Class's room.
Why not?
He extinguishes the cigarette in the sole of his boot. Oh, he actually did. That's a pretty cool touch.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. Something, something, something. Accidentally overlaid those. Stereo player's been reunited with its right speaker. Need to replace glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside. Back in the world again. Gonna unequip that. Horrific necktie. You still belong to me. We're going to his room, obviously. Kim's room. The alarm is set for 6:50 am. Or AM if you prefer. Medicinal supplies in the cupboard. Mercurochrome, scalpel, antibiotics, sorry.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Yes, let's. After Meridian, if memory serves. I think so. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. Okay, I won't. I will walk everywhere for the rest of the game. Looks like she left something on the table. Can't pick it up though. Oh, okay.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
The lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay?
Trying not to, Half-Light. Trying not to. Zero suspects now, but the case remains unsolved. Feel really bad that I got Elizabeth killed. That's on me. I didn't do her loyalty mission. That's what I should have done. A red thread made of nylon that leads out of the room and onto the roof. Oh, it's the angle of the shot. Gotcha.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
The lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez. B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where does the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
The sea fort, I think, right?
The island in the bay.
Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
He nods. There are ruins on that islet. A sunken sea fort. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer.
I remember.
He looks out the window and onto the bay. How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
This is her way of saying she's sorry.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
This is also a location we have yet to rule out.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Maybe we need to go to the island. The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
He is trying to justify it to himself.
I don't have anything to say. This is just something we have to do, Kim.
I understand.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course, of course. I'm in.
He takes a second to gather himself, then says,
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, the net picker. She's towing her boat. So 33% of the game complete.
Ah, yes, of course. The village.
I'm assuming more than 33%. Maybe 35? Pushing 40? I have about 20 minutes before I need to wrap up so that I can make dinner before Angel has a phone call with a friend. Or so that we can eat before then, I should say. Also, she's got the afternoon off and I can just hear her moving around behind me. It's very creepy. Thank gosh I'm not playing a horror game. Chat! Should I contact my station and see if I am a pioneer of La Puta Madre? La Puta Madre, even. You know what? I'm going to leave them to their grief. Not sure how much that matters. Oh, it matters not at all in all likelihood, but... You know what? I'm not. I'm going to say thank you. If I get the chance, the opportunity to, I'm going to say thank you to Titus for protecting my body while I bled out. You know, for long enough that I didn't bleed out. Well, I was never going to bleed out, but melodrama, right? Speaking of melodrama, after the surprise game, on Monday, the next game will be Bioshock.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately.
Drama is Harry's most skillful trait. I think you'll find that's authority and hand-eye coordination, actually, because they're at 9 and drama's only at 2. That's a joke. Feel free to laugh.
That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
He looks at you with unmistakable respect.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
He extends his hand.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
No need to thank me, just doing my job.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper.
He raises his whiskey bottle in salute. Sorry about the people you lost.
Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Lizzie and Angus, they were just stupid kids. Didn't realize the shit they got into before it was too late. I feel responsible for both. For all of them, really.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. An honest tactic. And effective.
Shut up, electrochemistry.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother.
Oh.
We're all fucked without him. But what do you do?
Glenn was gay, I guess.
This job is shit.
Hold on, what about that Shanky fella?
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He'd better run real fast now. Real fast.
There you go, Harry. Just for you. He didn't get shot, but he's never coming back.
Titus makes no attempt to hide his disgust. Grief-stricken anger boils in him.
This recording had to be recorded multiple times, given the options of how many could die. Oh yeah, that voice line would have had many permutations. They were good people, I'm sorry it went like that.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right.
What does that mean?
It means you might die tomorrow. So live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas?
Doesn't that mean remember the dead?
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
So long, fellas. Be good so I don't have to come back here again.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Yeah, I thought it was Remember Death. Something like that. Yeah. One less motor carriage to run him over. That's true, it is in the ocean. He says with a warm smile.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
As in, we'll all die in the end.
Thanks for getting involved, guys.
Makes sense.
Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, Copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
The Elysium could really use a man like you, Titus. Think about it.
I will, Capo. That's a promise.
He put his can down.
Now scoot, 'cause the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
Hardy looks at his beer. The Hardy boys are unfuckable now, apparently. Titus turned out to be decent in the end. He did. He's a decent, if sort of rough individual. I have 10 minutes. Un jour je serai de retour.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Game is still on sale, considering buying it for the amount. Go for it.
This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
We're going to do the cool thing. Of course we're going to do the cool thing. Step back, Lieutenant. Set the graffiti on fire with a lit cigarette.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately.
Ow!
With a low hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the lettering. The falling snow turns to vapor above the burning message, mingling with the black smoke.
God, I'm on my way. Disco Elysium.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
I said the thing, chat. I said the thing. I don't know if it was loud enough, but I did say Disco Elysium.
The flames warmed him too. Not at all in a bad way.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Yeah, I suspect you didn't hear me. I'm sorry about that. That was a bit loud. Just a tiny bit loud. What was the thought? Maybe a sea monster. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. We're gonna find out if we're a peone.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Oh, Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim Kinsuragi.
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Okay.
Silence.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
41st.
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Jules, I've heard that some people think of me as La Puta Madre Espion. Do you think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
He finally says reluctantly. Some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? Do they think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
That's all for now.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
And leaving. I already discovered something. Okay, well, I'm going to finish with one unfinished task. Oh, sweet, fast roll.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
Well, I could have used your sword, as it turns out.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
I got shot in the foot. That's pretty badass. You would have liked. Yeah, some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
I dodged the second shot. I can also get not shot.
Well, good for you.
She smiles. I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
We need to get to that island. Point to it.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat.
Her eyes narrow.
And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
She nods. Nod along attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial infection.
I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men round here. Be sad to lose the first one.
What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
She points to the 2 kids playing on the concrete yard.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting... Oh, hydrate. Hey, Kiwi. How you doing? Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Be seeing you. Again, I don't think Harry is in any state to be dating anyone right now. Good, just here to remind you to hydrate. Got to go again? Well, thank you for reminding me to hydrate, Kiwi. I was going to forget. Right, chat, what I'm going to do... You know what, I'll have this conversation and then I'll explain what I'm going to do. Hey, kids. I'm going to zoom in.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
The one who's busy kicking his stone points to the bay. Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
Boy pauses to think with his finger in his mouth.
And we make a fire. We make a fire.
The other one butts in.
Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
His brother nods.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war. But this could be important.
They wouldn't know about that. What then?
There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island?
No.
The boy answers, shaking his head vehemently.
Yes.
His brother looks at him, then at you.
Let's go with yes.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and whips out his notebook. Why is he the fire guy?
Because...
The boy pauses to think.
Because he asks to put the fire out.
The other explains. Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one answers laconically, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier. You mentioned something about lights.
I don't know.
Starts one of them. It's hard to tell which one now.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
He points to the street light.
Yes.
The boy looks at his toes. Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
First one pauses to think, comes to some kind of conclusion.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
They say almost in unison. How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Not going to ask them about their father. Is that all they know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
There's
The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear he has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Take care. Okay, I'm going to run over to the boat. Which boat? Ah, which boat? That boat, right there. Okay, what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to leave you for a couple of moments whilst I go and turn the oven on so that it can start heating up for Angel and I to eat food. And then hopefully I can finish the game in 20 minutes, because that's about how long it takes for the oven to warm up. So I will be... I'll put it on this one so that it's easy on the YouTube thumbnail to tell when I'm back. I'll be right back. Congratulations on your victory, Unstable Deus. It was well earned. Let us return to the game.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
It's sad now, but you do also treat it quite a lot, so I'm sure it'll balance out.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Yes.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Get in, right to the island. Oh, Harry. You absolute icon, you. Are we doing this in real time? Apparently we're doing this in real time. I kind of thought this would be a loading screen if I'm being honest. Look, Ma, no hands. Kim, you want to turn? Thank you. Didn't save your life just to have you run us aground. Where on Land's End you have to inspect to discount that as the shot's point of origin. I've got nothing, just enjoying the song. the potential copyright claim on YouTube. Oh, so it's not that far away. Okay, when she said they were taking rafts to it, I got really worried that it was quite a distance for them, but no, it didn't seem that far. Is this the site of the new, more exclusive Disco Elysium? Yes, this is the VIP area.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Okay. Makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. I have 2 skill points. I guess that. We'll keep the other one for spare. First, the chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
So this is the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
You could, it's true.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Just finish the thought. I'm running desperately out of time. I'm sure there's stuff to explore here, but I need to finish the game. So I don't want to do just like 10 minutes at the start of next stream. Attention, inflammable. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. Some fuels leaked out of the barrel, black viscous.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other. The great ghost of the air is holding its breath.
Kim.
Yes?
This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how.
Have you noticed how quiet it is?
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
Sorry, let's move. Again, running out of time. Barrow says ICM, you see a star with little specks in it.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what is the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Sounds like RCM.
It does.
What?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
I'm just going to catch
This
my
is
breath.
better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign.
Finish the thought. You recognise this little birch from the coin-operated viewer? The way to get up there, the stairs are gone. I guess we go through the building. It's nice music. Oh, I didn't realize where I was. Whoops, stuff. Books mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, a survivor's kitchen. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. Moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
All of the clothes.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Pour fuel into it?
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
I forgot I'd got that fuel, if I'm being honest.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Okay. I've started the generator. It was once an armament rest. The stairs have collapsed. Oh, check the bed out. Check the bed out.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Sure.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Curl up with the knees.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour, maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until? You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Why is it every time I extend the stream so I can finish a game, every time I do it, the game is one of those games that has an absurdly long kind of epilogue to it? Fine. We'll get the cutscene done.
Sleep.
I should just ended the stream when I needed to. No worries, Ari. It's just like Angel has something she wants to do tonight, and I wanted to get everything ready before that. I don't want to make her late to hang out with her friend, but I also don't like doing like 10-minute recordings. Okay, we should be fine. Kim's gone. Harry's head moves to face the cursor, by the way. I'm also just getting hungry, which means my blood sugar's low. Nope, that way. The lieutenant's no longer here. Go outside to the beach. Okay. I can edit the 10 minutes into a longer video, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, okay, don't know how to get out. resolve always makes the video much larger than the one that, like the composite. Door is still closed. Closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. Yeah, I can't leave either. And that's if resolve even works at all. Sometimes it just fails to edit properly. Nope. I don't know how to leave. I came in over here, but there's no door. Oh dear, I quick saved on the loading screen. Uh-oh. Hopefully that doesn't break anything. Like, I've now got 5 minutes. I figured this would be a bit quicker, and that's on me. It's a slow game. Right. Do I get off over here? Over here. Go down to the chain, there's something there. So Kim admits he killed the merc and shoots you too? Hopefully not. Walk into the water now. You see her footprints on the water. Further.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away.
I don't have time for
Melt
this
the
game.
ice first.
Right.
This way you're already talking.
I'm gonna have to do another stream. I'm gonna have to start another stream with this because I don't have time to do this in a way that I'm happy with. So I'm gonna get through this conversation, obviously, but then I'm gonna have to wrap up and sort food out and start the next stream with this. Tuesdays. The thing is, I wanted to play a different game. I've got like the whole Valentine's Day thing planned up, set up, but equally, I don't want to have a 20-minute cliffhanger for I don't want to leave this on a cliffhanger just for a 20-minute end of video. It's so stupid and it's disrupting my plans and now my brain is going mush. Anyway, hey.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
She's not tastily. I'm in my head. I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Do you miss me there?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
She stares at her feet, the zebra stripes on the intersection. The lights of the video rental glow in her hair.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of immortality? Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this.
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Alternatively, of course, I just do a shorter stream this evening to finish it up, to finish this off and then do something else.
Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind.
There should be enough time.
Wraps around her holy body.
But I don't need the writing time instead.
Anyway.
Your skin is holy and soft.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry.
She takes that
No.
sadly.
I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really.
She looks at you plaintively.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters.
His wife left him.
It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
She brushes a strand of white hair out of her eye.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it.
I don't have time for this
No
game.
summaries.
I can't even save in this conversation.
Yeah. Put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage.
No, we're summarising. You know what I mean. You left me a letter saying you'll always come back to me, that you can't believe how happy you are with me.
Okay, Harry. Okay. It was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarette.
You're right, I did say I don't have time. I'll just have to run back here. So I might stream again in a couple of hours. I don't know yet. I'm going to see how I feel after food. If not, I guess I'll just finish this before the Valentine's thing, and then we'll do the Valentine's thing. Because, again, I don't want to do like a stream and a half or 2 streams and only have half an hour of this left, because that just feels really annoying to me, just for my personal sense of organisation. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I'm sorry I got a bit irritable towards the end. Just, it's throwing everything off, and I'm very much someone who needs that rigidity and structure to their time. Otherwise, it really messes with my with my brain. I appreciate everyone for supporting, whether watching World is Gifted subs or whatnot. But I will see you around. Please do pet your pets. Tell them they're good pets, and I'll please do stay safe, healthy, wholesome, and all of that good stuff. If you're on my Discord server, I'll post in the Discord server after I've eaten how I'm feeling. And we'll take it from there, but I'll see you around.